How are we doing, folks? Good morning. For the regulars who are wondering why I left abruptly yesterday, this is the result. This toilet in my upstairs master bath, this line got clogged, and the ring at the bottom broke, so it leaked water under the floor all along here on the main floor. So we got all the wet parts. We got all the wet parts cut down. Yeah, it didn't damage anything other than the drywall, at least. It was just water. Well, I mean, it's technically toilet water, so like it's a little bit more bad than just like how could Infinity Ultron is so bad it destroyed a floor in my home. Rhino McGrath, thank you for the over 5 years. Welcome back. Cody coming in hot for the 6 years. The very generous tier 2 while we were getting set up. So yeah, so there's been fans running on it for the last 12 hours or so, and we coated it in some type of antibacterial, microbial something or other the remediation people use to clear whatever toilet water leaves behind. We've got someone coming out this morning to clear and camera the line, hopefully. Hopefully whatever they use to clear will be good enough. And we're gonna look at what actually caused it. But none of the pipes actually broke, so it'll hopefully be a 4-figure bill and not a 5-figure bill, but we'll find out the full answer to that once they scope the line. Jace, thank you for the over 6 years. Appreciate the tier 3. Welcome back. I'd be really surprised if it was a toy. My youngest doesn't ever do anything like that, and like there aren't any wipes or anything in the house, and the clog came from the toilet in my bedroom where she's not really ever unsupervised. In fact, the toilet she primarily uses is not on that floor. No, I paid professionals to come in and make sure there wasn't going to be mold in my house. There are certain things you can somewhat half-ass in home ownership, and electrical, plumbing, risks of mold, like those types of things. Yeah, the small silver lining in it all is this was my first and only time in my decade of homeownership-ish now where I had a positive and quick interaction with multiple contractors, so that was nice. Toys normally get lodged in the toilet themselves, not the line, speaking from experience. Oof. Yeah, I don't think my older two weren't ever like that, and the younger one's not either, so never had to deal with that before. What about the ceiling? So we had people come in and clear out the ceiling and do their whatever you're supposed to spray to make sure it cleans out the potential bacteria from the toilet water, and then make sure it doesn't mold before we put stuff back up. Hey, look, something to spend my Wonder Pick points on. It's really wild to me and kind of frustrating, if I'm being honest, from a person who likes cosmetics perspective. Does anybody else, maybe it's just a me thing, but does anybody else find it really kind of annoying that they constantly give us promo cards for cards that already have alt arts? Like, there's so many cards in this game that have no alternate arts available for them, And it's so weird to me that yet again, they picked promo Wonder Pick cards for cards that have shinies. Like, why do I need another special version of Pachirisu and Riolu? Like, they're just, it's not like there's a shortage of pocket monsters, right? Like, there's so many. I don't think asbestos is a risk. Our house is less than 20 years old, so it's relatively recent construction, all things considered. It's from I think it was 07 or 08 it was built. Never a 2-star, ever. Realistically, there's probably going to be a hole in my ceiling for a little bit, because I would like to get a quote from more than one contractor to finish it. Yesterday, we just paid the people the money they asked us to pay to get the remediation done ASAP, because clearing the wet stuff out sooner rather than later is ideal, is my understanding, but missing a little flooring in the master bath or having a hole in the ceiling for a little while is plenty livable. Matching the ceiling texture will be fun. Actually, could you see it in the picture? I'm not sure if you can, but yeah, you could totally see it here. So before we bought the house, and you can kind of see it here. So we actually remodeled this master bathroom. I think it was 2 years ago. And where this double shower is here, there used to be a jacuzzi tub. And before we bought the house, the jacuzzi tub leaked and they had damage here. So you can kind of see the texture right here, and the color is slightly different from before we bought the house, from when the jacuzzi tub had a leak above it and they had to do work on the ceiling here underneath. So that's another thing, right? Like, it's already mismatched a little bit, and decide what we want to do. The guy that came out with the remediation people said a lot of the time they scrape it all and retexture the entire thing, but I gotta talk to Christy, but I don't think I care enough about the cosmetic to pay for that. We'll see what the options are and what other people recommend. But I wouldn't be surprised if scraping it all and repainting the entire thing is the only way to get it to match exactly, but that sounds like a lot of money for a nominal cosmetic. Yeah, most likely it's probably do like they did previously and just sort of match it. Yeah, I'm still not sure on, and this is the joys of insurance, right? Like, so the remediation was like $2,500, and my homeowner's insurance is a $2,500 deductible. So unless getting the ceiling patched and getting the flooring put back in is like, I doubt it's gonna be another 10 grand to do that. So like, if it's only another $3,000 or $4,000, it's probably not worth filing with my homeowner's insurance and having my rates go up lifetime for making a claim. Which is just like the whole crux of it, right? Like, they don't make money by paying for stuff. We only pay for cosmetics in card games, not for the home. Exactly. So you understand. They sand the whole ceiling. Yeah, that sounds atrocious. All right, I loaded a few decks up because we were going to play yesterday, and then my home broke. So what do I got? We've got a range of things that I want to try. I've got Glaceon Floatzel. I've got Pawbot Snorlax. I might save the bad decks for later. I want to try. We have a range of decks that did well in recent tournaments too. I think I want to start with Blaine because it's been a while since we've played some Blaine, and this one put up a tournament result. Looks sweet. Hey, Drumstep, thank you for the membership on the YouTube side. I appreciate it. Wet Glaceon sounds like a perfect way to start the day. That's true, actually. I think we're gonna try Tina Trio for sure. These three at the bottom are tournament decks. So Blaine, Tina Trio, and Probo Worm. I actually really like the idea of Probo Worm in theory. I think we're gonna start with Blaine and then Probo Worm. Alright, let's dive in with some Blaine, huh? Oh, do I want to get into it before we do it? I think I want to get into it. I want to Mega Mogwai had quite the tweet I wanted to talk about. Cuz I felt for him on an empathetic level. At a personal level. Because this was there's a lot of paragraphs here, but a lot of this, some of this is what I felt, and some of it was I avoided because I just knew people were gonna be stupid. Ranked has been great for Pocket and giving players a sense of purpose. It's also made what I do a lot harder. So far, I've been recording every video in Ranked. Every deck uploaded has been recorded this way. The last 3 recordings have been done in Master Ball Ranked, where every loss counts 10 points, is easy to fall off. I've been putting in mad effort to make sure the decks I record with are competent enough to make me not fall back down to Ultra while facing against top-tier meta decks and competent players. I don't know if this is worth it. See, this is the one I knew this wasn't going to be worth it, which is why I haven't bothered. Yesterday, I uploaded a Dragonite deck video that I was extremely excited to share. I went 17-3 in Master Ball rank, which is insane. It is. That's a very good record. And literally half the comments were people dismissing the deck. And this is kind of the crux of it from my experience doing especially card game content for so long. The type of people who are going to care that a game is in Masters are also frequently the type of people who are going to be dismissive of it even if you do the work and show it in Masters. They'll tell you that you got lucky, or you got good matchups, or you happened to play into the handful of people in Masters who were bad. Like, yeah. And I'm saying all this because I've been incredibly stressed doing content like this, and I'm starting to wonder if tryharding like this is ever worth it. It's not. Like, unironically, we talked about this a little bit last week. Like, literally, all of the most successful people doing Pocket content, and this includes myself and Mogwai, like, none of us got to Masters particularly quickly. Like, I don't think a single one of the people who is among the full-time Pocket creators or close to it made Masters in the first week. Because that's just, like, not a measurement that is relevant or people really care about or turns into more numbers, right? Like, no one who's been successfully doing Pocket content suddenly got a lot more popular, had a lot more views because suddenly they hit Masters, right? And this is the big one. Why we're just gonna queue up. We've been queuing up in randoms. I totally feel on this one. The threat of deranking while experimenting is mentally taxing. And the thing that I've talked about a lot, and the reason why ladder systems discourage innovation so much, is because you can't build and optimize and work on new decks without losing games. And the system, any system where you're punished for losing games, it means you're punished for ever trying to innovate. Because innovating requires failure in order to find things that are truly new and can work. I really hope, not even just for content creators, but I know there's regular people too who are like, I ground up to Masters and now I'm just not going to play because I don't want to fall out and I want to make sure I get my emblem at the end of the season. Like, the whole system discouraging people from playing. I can't even, like, this is brutal. I didn't even do this and I felt like it wasn't worth it. He got up to 1650 and then dropped all the way back down. Like, that's, I got like 20 points past 1450 and lost him a couple of times. I was like, nah, I'm done. Peace. Yeah, at a minimum, if they're not gonna give us rank floors, the rewards at the end of the season really need to be your highest achieved. One of those two things needs to happen. It needs to be either you get your emblem, you either get your emblem and your ranked rewards based on your highest achieve over the course of the season, or you can't fall back out of Masters. That's what Smurfs are for. Just play on a second account, no? Holy Christ, gamer. If you want a lesson in why you should never try and do the right thing in 2025, chat, you want to know the likely reason why my toilet line backed up and I'm gonna have a 4 or 5 figure bill? It's looking closer to 5. The reason why the line backed up is because we did the environmentally friendly thing and got one of the lower gallons per flush toilets. Because apparently those consistently, and the people remodeling our bathroom, I'm annoyed with them now. They should have known. We got one of the 1.2 gallon instead of the 1.6, and apparently that's not good enough. So the people that we spent, 40 grand or whatever it costs to redo this master bathroom didn't tell us that was a possibility, because we had no idea. God, I hate that's so obnoxious. Just like try and do Your shit deserves a higher grade flush. Yep. So now I'm... Yep. You get flushed one way or another. Yep. I forgot how mind-dumbing some of the discussion around ranked is in these games. Like, the people that are like, you can't have a ranked floor in your top ranked, when, like, literally every other card game ever is, every other card game ever has a ranked floor at their top rank. Just, like, stop it. Go away. Get out of my chat. You're so annoying. Between Trump's economic policies costing me sponsorships and my 401k taking a nosedive and now my toilet breaking, I'm down like 50 or 60 grand in the last month easily. I don't have time for you to tell me about why they can't do the same thing every other game ever does. The real environmentally friendly thing to do is just go crap on the grass. LOL. Alright, let's play a game or two at the Blade deck. We'll dive on in, huh? This is the right cue, yeah? I found an opponent. Probably is. We are going second. I think we always want to lead Rapidash given the option because this one gets 2 energy built up on it and then keeps it. Whereas this one starts discarding it every turn. Infernape Enjoyer. Alright, we actually need a heads on the Rapidash next turn to clear the cat, yeah? I think I'll wait on evolving this, because having the option to tail whip with the Vulpix might be nice in the future. Are you having fun playing Pocket today, or are we doing politics? Fuck you, never come back to my channel. I'll make the content I want to make. You're not welcome here. Got no threshold for dipshits today. don't talk about politics always means don't talk about politics I don't like. Fun fact. And you'll if you want the extra bit of irony, chat, the YouTube commenter that made that comment, their username was "Herein lies the truth." I think I'm gonna pull the Wigglytuff up here. Crack it with the flamethrower. Yeah, the reason why politics has got so heated and terrible in the United States is in large part because of people like that never want to talk about reality, or it's unkind. You're like, well, we should pay teachers a living wage, or people shouldn't go bankrupt if they get sick. They're like, whoa, can you just not be political? And it's just like, well, these are all things that we should be able to agree on. Oh my goodness, YouTube is just full. I forget how right-wing skewed YouTube is. Here's a direct quote before we ban this dickhead, chat. You were a teacher. 78% of teachers are liberal. There's no issues. Understand where your shitty points come from. No issue talking about it. Your points are just off. Holy crap. All of the people who are well educated seem to feel this way. The problem is the education. All the people who are well educated feel this way. The problem is the education. And that's the other part too, right? Like even that, like, past the obvious, like, not seeing the forest through the trees of everyone who's educated, most people who are educated feel this way. Like like obvious, like, laughing about that aside, your points are off without articulating why. I'm like, it's funny too to hear them say your points are off when I literally just said people shouldn't go bankrupt when they get sick. Like, if you feel that point is off, you're an awful human being. There's no way to sugarcoat it, right? Like, again, like, that's one of those things, right? Like, reasonable people can disagree on how we get to the point where sick people don't go bankrupt for medical bills. Like the how you get from where we are now that sucks to, like, where it's better. Like, you could disagree on the path we take, but, like, no one remotely reasonable should be like, this isn't something that we should do, or this isn't something worth doing, or this is something that should be happening. And therein lies the difference, right? It's just like, it really highlights the crux of the problem with how backwards or awful people are, depending on how you want to look at it. All right, we need to take a pause for the cause and let the capitalism adverts flow. Let's go ahead and hit the button. Thanks for hanging out, reasonable people who are still here. I appreciate you. Don't go anywhere. Oh, man. Yeah, like, wholly unironically, anybody from outside the United States planning to vacation to the United States right now, I think you're insane. You should really do a deep dive into the news and what's happening to non-citizens here. And even some citizens, depending on what they look like. Almost every other developed country has issued travel warnings to people thinking about coming to the United States. If you don't absolutely have to come here for your job, you should probably not consider coming here. And like, for people who haven't kept up, like, past, the reason why they're issuing travel warnings is like, they're going through, a couple of the other countries that are sending people to the United States still for, things, are like sending them with like burner phones and basic laptops. Because as people are coming into the country, they're like asking to get into people's emails and stuff like that and going through their electronics devices. Truly just like truly wild stuff. Just realized my ponies aren't flared. I think we're gonna go for the big ones. Yes, yeah, if you've ever said anything like, the current administration is literally using AI scripts to comb through social media of people who are in the United States to remove them from the United States if they've ever said anything negative about the current administration. That's why a lot of people who are here on student visas are currently having them revoked in real time. There was a website that was tracking instances of student visas being revoked, and it's getting up near 1,000 last I checked. And that's just like, again, one of those other things, like, we should all be able to agree that like people shouldn't go bankrupt for medical debt, but like one of those other things that I grew up under the illusion of believing that like was an American principle is that like regardless of whether or not you're a D or an R, who you're voting for, I thought we should all be able to agree on, hey, we shouldn't be taking action against people, the government shouldn't be taking action against people because of their speech, their free speech. The right to protest is supposed to be protected by the First Amendment. That's something we should have all been able to agree on. But that is another one of those norms or things here that's now just like, yep. What's the back and forth look like here on the breakdown? They attach a dark energy, they hit us. We attach energy, they attach a dark energy, we hit them for 90. That's not quite enough. So I think the line here is we do this, we X speed out the Vulpix, and then if we hit a couple of heads here with the Blaine, we could clear this out before it attacks us. Even with the 10, I actually need 1 heads next turn if they don't because the Rapidash does 100 and the Blaine adds 30. So if they don't have rip. Rip. All right, let's toss this back. We found the Rapidash. I think I'm just blading here because I have 2 of them anyways. Then I suppose our glass half full thing here is if they attack us next turn, this isn't charged up to be ready to go yet. Oh, did they mess up? That's interesting. We do this. I don't have another communication. I was gonna give myself options if they Sabrina me. Oh, the copy of Leaf makes a lot of sense. Oh man, we end up a little bit short here, right? They go to 130. And Ninetales with Blaine is only 120. I feel like them Rocky helmeting instead of caping is good for us. Because that means they're gonna need a potion or a Pokemon Center lady here in order to keep the Giratina alive. Once I blame them. And the other important thing to note here is that they don't have another attacker set up in the back. Oh, I guess the Darkrai is gonna be ready to go though, huh? Yeah, I think that means we're cooked. With the helmet here, it means that even with the helmet here, it means that the helmet means that even if I find Cape and Rapidash, we don't survive the Darkrai the following turn. No, I don't have any intro decks for Marvel Snap. Everybody's Marvel Snap collection is just very different, so it's not really content you can make for that game. To the gamer who just asked for investment advice in my Twitch chat, please don't do that again. I am not your financial advisor, and neither is anybody else in chat. I think we chill on this extra copy of Vulpix for now, because we do have a copy of Pokemon Communication. Invest in Jeffcoin. You would not believe the amount of money I have turned down over the years to make my own pump and dump scam coin. The crypto money is like just about finally drying up in this industry, but man, was there a lot of it for a long time. Alright, well, they're cooked if they don't evolve, and if they do evolve, the blade might still get them. So they need a heal or a cape here, or Blade Rapidash threatens 130. Hey, Math Nerd, thank you for the 14 months. Welcome back. And then I'm actually gonna play this Ponyta out on the bench, so that way if we flip tails, they're less likely to clear the Rapidash in the lead here. Got him. Easy game. Yeah, but the thing about Marvel Snap, Rethrian, is that decks that are mostly Series 3 still aren't accessible to new players, because it takes you months to get all of the Series 3 cards. Psychic Energy from the opponent, Giratina lead. You know, I'm actually not sure if First Energy Advantage is good or not in this matchup, because, well, what's the evolution look like? They put on 2 this turn. I'm gonna get a hit with both Ponyta and Rapidash before they clear me out, yeah? We're getting a new set soon. I would assume there's new card packs coming on the 29th or the 30th when the season rolls over. Not confirmed, though. Usually we get a heads up a few days out, so if there's new cards coming on the 30th, I expect we'll find out probably like a week from today or 8 days from today on the 24th or 25th. Oh, they split their thing here. Who do I want to hit with Stomp? Is it Mewtwo or Giratina? think it's Giratina. It's close, though. You know, thinking about breakpoints, I wonder if the coin flip on this Ponyta is worthwhile for the extra. Because the other Ponyta does a guaranteed 20, and guaranteed 20 would always put these 150s to 130s, and 130 is the amount Rapidash with the heads does with Blaine. So basically, if I play the other Ponyta, it means we only need to win one flip instead of winning two to clear these in 2 attacks. But the upside is this lets us clear it through a potion. 2 potions were SOL either way, I suppose. I climbed up to 1600 in Masters with the Togekiss deck that was featured in your recent video. Nice! Maybe I'll have to give that one a try too. I didn't load that one up, but it did look sweet. So they need another sustained item here in order to clear the Rapidash and not get knocked out themselves. Narrator, they always have it. Okay, no attacks for you. Oh, I forgot this doesn't protect me, it stops them, so I need to put a cape on here and not get cooked by the Mewtwo. That's a pretty big mistake. I has deck like one more roll, I think, but so far it doesn't seem very competitive into the 2 good decks our games against. Any of the Giratina things have not felt particularly competitive today. Have all the initial announcements been the Thursday before release? I don't believe so. Thursday or Friday, I believe. I don't have fact check on that offhand. Is everything all right with the water in the ceiling? I'm gonna be somewhere between 5 and 10 grand poorer at the end of all of this, but nothing irreplaceable was damaged at least. You think you'll go back to playing in tournaments? Probably not. Playing in tournaments is incredibly inconvenient and time-consuming and does not turn into additional viewership. I'd assume there's an insurance clip coming. It depends on how close we are to 5 grand versus 10 grand. My homeowner's insurance is a $2,500 deductible, so if it's closer to $5,000, it's probably not worth increasing my rates to make a claim. Just pay it out of pocket. I did learn, however, that the likely cause of the clog is because we decided to put a low-flow toilet in when we remodeled that bathroom. So my dearest gamers out there everywhere, make sure you give a giant middle finger to the environment and never purchase one of those yourself. As Dina asks for your feedback on Pocket Features directly, absolutely not. Low flow toilet uses less water per flush. My buddy has a toilet with 2 buttons, one for number 1 and one for number 2. Could always try that. That's what we had. The number 2 button still didn't put enough water out. It was only like 1.28 or 1.3 gallons of water. Why would the toilet design cause a leak here? So the toilet design meant that there wasn't enough water flow to cause a clog. And then the clog caused a backup and cracked the flange on the floor, which then had water leak out, which my wife, I just muted for a second to talk with my wife. We're gonna have to call around to get quotes from a couple of plumbers, because apparently the flange is cracked on the floor too, and they just quoted her $450 for installation for the new flange before they can put the floor back on and other stuff. And that loose Googling says that 450 is probably on the high end. I don't know. We'll call a couple other places in town, but it's no longer. Yesterday we just paid the people that came out because it was in a range of emergency, and I wanted it to just get taken care of and the water damage to be limited. But there's other toilets in my house, so thank you for the entire year. Welcome back. Are the rest low flow too? No, the toilet that we had the problem is was a new one we installed when we redid the master bathroom 2 years ago. Which means I'm extra icing on the cake on all of this is just like dealing with contractors is just like an eternal headache. Like, paid someone an exorbitant amount of money to redo the master bathroom and they couldn't be like, hey, by the way, these low flow toilets constantly have issues. Maybe you shouldn't do one of those. Lock Ravencroft, thank you for the over 3.5 years. Welcome back. Yeah, probably Big Kiwi. I think that's the plan for the non-emergency work, is just get one person to come in and do it all. No, the clog was purely toilet paper in the line. It was 100% because the toilet that we purchased and it had installed didn't have enough water flow going through it. Nothing problematic about the actual install of the toilet. I'm gonna delete this play deck. I'm gonna run it. I'm gonna tap the advert so it doesn't come up over the middle of gameplay. I think we're gonna try some Scarberry, Wormadam when we get back. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. If you're watching on the YouTube side, you enjoy the Pocket live streams, consider tapping the like button. It doesn't cost you anything. It helps the content reach some more people. Appreciate the 109 folks that have done that already this morning. That's why I make sure my toilet generates a mini tsunami every flush. So unironically, I know you're probably making a joke, but the person who quoted us the person who quoted us the $450 flange install, they tried to recommend us a toilet upgrade that would have only been $1,250 with install, that they described as generating a tsunami when it flushes. I love the tariff-free chat. I can stop disliking all your videos on YouTube now. Actually, you should go back to disliking all my videos on YouTube because you're banned for that comment. Super obnoxious. Gosh, you even have a Twitch Prime sub and could occasionally Prime sub for free, and you're gonna complain about my chat occasionally being being in sub-only mode. Get out of here. Be gone, interloper. Ooh, Burby on 1 with first energy advantage is really solid. Wormadam hits real hard and fast on 2 energy. Pseudo-Wudo, not amazing against us. We're looking for a stage 1, so we're going to Pokeball before we research here. I think we're chilling on playing basics for now. I don't want to get kicked. Thanks, I think. I even got the professor's research back. This is lovely. I do kind of need to draw another basic here, just in case they have a Geo with Marshadow to clear me. Okay, that's nice. So, Wormadam does a guaranteed 50, and then for every heads you flip, it does an extra 30. So if we get 1 heads here, we clear the Hitmonlee. Unlucky. I'm planning to do a longer stream today since I had to cut yesterday short due to my plumbing issues. So the plan is we're gonna play Pocket for like 5 hours and then we're gonna do some Snap after. What do we think of taking this knockout with the Skarmory? I think that's my plan. And I'm gonna play the other Skarmory out just so we play around Sabrina. But if they have Lucario here, the Marshadow would clear Wormadam, which I'm not into. Is there a reason to put an equipment on this? I don't need it for the knockout. So I think the answer is no. And dealing 20 extra here means Wormadam still needs to flip heads, so. I think if we hit heads on this, we get into can't lose territory relatively quickly. Put a Rocky Head on Skarmory, I think. Rats. So they get to pull this out. Oh gosh, EX Lucario. It's a lot of damages. A lot of HP, honestly. I think we're just gonna need a high roll here. That's fine. We flipped all tails on this Wormadam so far. We're banking those heads so that when we play this Wormadam out, we can run down the Lucario EX. I believe, little guy. It's a damn shame this is a Cyrus and not a Sabrina, huh? Would have only needed one heads then. That's fine. Could never get one anyways. That game was a good showcase of why I could never play Celebi when that card was good. We're definitely playing a deck that prefers first energy advantage. We're pretty good against Meowscarada, though. Why do you think Lucario EX isn't used more? Because its rate is absolutely atrocious. Why would you want to deal 100 in damage on a 150 HP Pokemon for 3 energy when you could deal 130 on 150 HP basic Pokemon for effectively less than that when you factor in Giratina's Pokemon ability? Giratina's kind of a 1 to 2 energy attacker depending on how you parse it. Sulfarian, thank you for the 90 months. 7.5 years is such a long time. Welcome back. I agree. Scrubbery's a real solid tune at the moment. Do they have a copy of Erica? Sabrina, sure. Smile Me, thank you for the almost 5 years. Welcome back. Good morning, good morning. I'm gonna X-speed this out to keep my energy, I think. Just gotta undo their Sabrina here. Get our pop shot for 50 in. $90 months, holy jeez. I am ancient by Twitch.tv standards. Should we Cyrus here as well? Maybe? I don't know that it matters. I think we're gonna have to deal. I think we're gonna have to deal with both of these cats regardless. Probo Pass is a little bit of a liability in the face of Meowscarada, but I think we're going to be able to clear this out before we get down to this. think I want to distribute some tools here. Just so we don't get, like, hit by a stray bars. Sometimes they play. So they need a healing card here or cape to not die to the helmet. So this takes 30 less from attacks, which would mean it effectively has 240, but that means it dies to Magda Zone through with a red, right? Oh, they did already Sabrina me. Yeah, I kind of wanted to put this up to play around to Sabrina, but I think you're right that second Sabrina's unlikely. Yeah, I think because they played first Sabrina, I'm supposed to move into the Skarmory here instead. Because now I get cooked by Magda Zone. Oh, this is also only... Oh, it's been so long since I played this card, I forgot how bad it is. And Pokemon Pocket's interfaces are so atrocious, I couldn't zoom in on my own card there to confirm that it was minus 30. In my counting back and forth, I had minus 30 in my head, counting as effectively 240 HP, but it was only 220, which meant we just died to 2 zone hits. But you can't zoom in on it without putting it up in that screen where it's waiting for you to put a card up, because the interfaces are real bad here. Hey, thanks for the over 6 years, Wordsmith. I've heard those have been really successful lately, so here's hoping we're not just fully cooked for the future. I'm just gonna watch and not chat because anything can get you banned from watching this stream. I'm actually gonna ban you for saying that, just to set the vibe. Adam Agus, thank you for the half a year. Welcome back. I appreciate it. Because I want to be really clear that, like, I understand the lack of moderation in other places makes people feel like any amount of moderation means anything gets you banned. But, like, really, I'm banning for pretty specific things. Like, that one there, for example, is you're lying about how I moderate my chat. And I know that it's 2025 and, like, the president lies every time he speaks, essentially, so it's pretty normalized, but... there should be repercussions for misrepresenting reality. It's fine and reasonable to be like, I don't like how Jeff moderates his chat, but the idea that I do it randomly or without intention is just, like, very silly. They were baiting for sure. I mean, successfully made it if they wanted to get banned. More power to them. Good luck, Godspeed. Nothing of value is lost on my end. In fact, Sir Missalot cheered 200 bits when that ban happened, so arguably it was incredibly profitable to go with my gut and remove the obnoxious person. How's the indoor pool coming along? Everything's dry, at least. I got some truly obnoxious quotes from the first plumber to correct it in different ways, but we'll get a second opinion on that for sure. Arabu, thank you for the third of a year. Welcome back. Hey, Jeff, what rank are you? Before I answer that question, can you answer for me what value it has for you as a viewer and why you are asking what rank I am? Why is that relevant to anything? Why do you care? Today on exploring the mind of a Twitch chatter. No reason, really, just asking. Got it. Did you see the new top 100 Master Ball Meta Breaker deck? No, I've trained my YouTube algorithm pretty well to not put low quality clickbait on my feed. I think they'll bring back permanently attainable versions of the alt art card effect in in promos. I really hope so. I think it's one of the biggest issues with the Pokemon. The Pokemon Pocket economy has lots of issues, but I think one of the biggest ones is the fact that there's mechanically unique cards that are currently unobtainable. I don't think they have to give the exact promo, but like any mechanically unique promo in terms of game mechanics should get an alt art regular version and like immediately the next pack at a minimum. Is it really clickbait if it's just a descriptor? They went 10-0 in Masters with it in the top 100. I mean, if a deck going 10-0 at some point means it's automatically a meta breaker, then like a lot of the decks in my new decks roundup every week are meta breakers, right? And like, for what it's worth, most of the decks in my new decks roundup every week are bad. Like, to give an even better example of what you really need in terms of like meaningful statistical sizes is like the Magnezone Meowscarada deck had like had dozens of people play it in hundreds of matches last weekend, and it's not even clear to me from a data perspective that that deck has lasting staying power and is going to be a guaranteed new meta deck, right? I also love how when asking me about a deck, instead of telling me specifics about the deck, like, Jeff, what do you think of a deck with these cards in it? You instead ask me, what's my opinion on clickbait framing of generic thing that I'm not describing at all? So, no, I don't have an opinion on the thing that you didn't even tell me which Pokemon it's playing. Can't say that I do. So unfortunately, I don't have evolutions for either of these because no evolutions. I guess I'm gonna put a cape on here so that way if they have a Sabrina next turn, they can't clear this with their evolution. The deck list in question is a Executor, Psychic Executor Leafeon deck. Sure, so it's a deck that we showcased last season that felt okay last season. It's probably still fine. I would be absolutely shocked if that deck was truly competitive and put up tournament results. But you could also probably hit a good win streak with it and win plenty of games. Especially if you're a good player. Isn't the metagame ever changing at the highest level of play? That's actually a really common misconception in card games. And part of that misconception stems from the fact that most people lack object permanence, essentially, and they think whatever the last 10 games that they played is representative of the metagame. And in reality, most metagames have a reasonable range of things that are playable. And unless something is like 75% of the metagame, your odds of like not hitting certain things in a range are like really pretty reasonable, right? Like even in take our current meta, for example, right? Like looking at the tournament metagame, looking at our tournament metagame, Darkrai Giratina is the most popular deck, and it ranges from like 15 to 30% depending on which tournament you look at. And even if you assume it's a little bit higher than that on the ladder, there's still a chance that like a deck that's 40% of the metagame doesn't show up in your games when you play 5 or 6 games in a row. And that doesn't mean that Darkrai Giratina suddenly became less popular overall. It just means your last really anecdotal, statistically insignificant sample size hit one of the things that's slightly more on the outlier side and didn't have the thing you expect to play against in it. So it's not that the metagame is actually changing from day to day as you're playing. It's that you're only ever seeing a really small sample of what the overall thing is in the personal games that you're engaging with. You know, it's funny to me. I get like several comments per month across YouTube videos and live chats about people commenting on the vocabulary that I use. Maybe I'm just watching the wrong types of Twitch streamers, but like do other people that you like watch not use words with like more than 2 syllables in them? I feel like I'm not speaking, and I guess the statistical specifics maybe. You have to say Riz and Skibbity more. Okay, got it. All right. We have assembled all of our metal friends. I'm going to put a hat on this metal pigeon. And I am ready to demonize the poor Lake Trio. Demonize the Lake Trio. Now the Lake Trio's demonizing my Burby chat. My poor Burby. I think I'm X-speeding out, just hitting them with the metal chicken. Wormadam's a nice pickup, though. This is deeply rude. This is Burby harassment, chat. Is the I would told there would be no math the new no politics? Hey, mining GG's. Thanks for dropping by. Hope the rest of your games are good today. Our blade deck was not particularly good. Thanks for letting us test it against a meta deck. Is it a chicken or a pigeon? Get your story straight. It's a metal creature with wings. It's bird adjacent. I believe I have heard my children reference a toilet before. It's a Gundam bird. Gundam bird, go, go, go. Just to, like, set the vibe, don't assume the bird's species is a transphobic joke, which is not welcome in my chat. So, you could have a 10-minute break. If you do it again, it'll be a lot longer than 10 minutes. But let's remember that trans rights are human rights. And hey, look! That's why we make sure to say trans rights are human rights periodically. We got to ban a bigot for saying it. And nothing of value was lost. And this is one of the really important lessons as a content creator is getting to proactively remove people who are going to be bigots from your chat has a lot of value, because the types of people that are going to be hateful towards trans people or anyone else, one, tend to be dumber than the average population, but two, they're also going to hang out and be awful in other ways in your chat. So proactively removing them raises the quality of everything else around what you're doing. And it makes the general vibe and feel of what's going on much better for all the reasonable people who are hanging out. Oh my goodness, was that really? Oh my goodness! The person who was the transphobe was the person who came in and said I had a big vocabulary. Oh my gosh, you cannot write television better than this. It's so, I missed it. That's so perfect. It's so perfect that they're like, this guy says big words. By the way, I'm a bigot. I gotta pay the writers more, chat. That's just too good. They deserve a raise for that one. Alia, thank you for the almost 4.5 years. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Dark Rat, thanks for the 17 months. Appreciate the 1.5 almost. Good morning, good morning. We are not hitting Drudagon. They have fighting energy in their zone. Oh, are they Giratina Golem? This has actually been on my list of things to try if they're Giratina Golem. Oh, they are. Opponent is cooking. I dig it. Looks sweet. All right, Wormadam, I'm gonna need you to ruin this opponent's entire day, please. Wormadam's making up for all the tails they flipped earlier. You know, someone else mentioned the Toga Kiss deck earlier. We might load that up as the next one, 'cause you're the second person to mention... You're the second person to mention that you've been enjoying the what's it called deck recently? The Toga Kiss, however it's pronounced. Now, the real question is this Giratina about to solo us? Quite possibly. Can just the Skarmories take down the Giratina? It takes 20. It takes 90. It takes 90. I think so, maybe? Oh man, now there's a choice. I think I'm in on the Skarmory plan still. I think it's just this and not Probo. Probo lives a hit. Yeah! But then it's locked, and Sabrina just really messes us up here is the problem. Yeah, Skarmory, Wormadam getting to carry. Honestly, there's a chance that Probo passes unnecessary in this deck, and just like Skarmory, Wormadam's where we want to be. I'm playing the same deck with no Probos and a Heatran. Yeah, I can see that being solid. I've been grinding the Arceus Cardivide deck, and it's been fun and has a lot of choices red collecting. Completely agree, Jose. Oh, I forgot to tap the thing. So I really wish there weren't so many end screens in this game, because I end up just autopiloting, clicking past giving thanks way too frequently, just as I'm trying to get to my next game, and there's so many screens to go through. Really hope they consider streamlining that whole interface. Pino Graham, thank you for the 70 months. Would you ever play stream music in the background? There's a lot of licensing issues, even with royalty-free music. And using licensed music is stealing, so I absolutely will not do that. As someone who's trying to make his living from doing creative work, I will not steal the work of other creatives to supplement my own. We're just building this dork up. We're gonna try and solo them. Why did you stop playing ranked? Because after experiencing the unranked queue post-ranked, the games aren't really meaningfully different. And I don't have to beat my head against the wall worrying about not getting my emblem at the end of the season. So if the games aren't meaningfully better, I don't know why I would bother playing ranked instead. It's literally just an all downside proposition. There's still plenty of random Darkrai's and Giratinas in the unranked queue. So, I guess if they have a Pokemon Center lady here, they could get out of range of the 90, but they do not, so they're cooked. So, and again, this is for people that don't understand, stream licensing and music and stuff like that. So there are lots of royalty-free music that you are legally allowed to stream as background music. However, the copyright system is so prone to abuse that using music that you have the rights to doesn't mean you won't have to fight copyright claims, especially on YouTube. So, yes, there are some generic, like, lo-fi and other stuff music I could play, but in my experience, you're still gonna get lots of copy claims from companies trying to essentially steal your revenue, hoping that enough people won't fight them. Yes, there are literally creators who make their own music who have to fight claims over music from IP trolls. Yeah. In fact, there were even a couple of seasons of Marvel Snap where I had to fight over the Marvel Snap menu music a couple of times on YouTube. All right, I need to take a brief pause for the cause to let some adverts roll. If you're new here, I always take a brief break from gameplay while ads happen because I think it's super rude when those happen over the top of it. I'm going to run and fill my water bottle up during the break too. Appreciate everybody hanging out. Don't go there. We got a good bit of Pokemon Pocket still coming up here today. Is new Charizard viable? It's unfortunately not a very good card. If you're watching on the YouTube side, consider tapping the like button. I appreciate the almost 200 folks that have done that already this morning. Yeah, Bastiodon's unfortunately just not quite worth the power level for the inconsistency, excuse me, of a fossil stage 2. Bike Nuker, thanks for the third of a year. Appreciate that. Welcome back. That's a fun idea, Alice. If you could mid-match tap a thanks button. It's a neat idea. Just skip the screen at the end then. I like that. We're going first. Moltres. Against a really good Charizard draw, we're probably cooked, because our sustain cards obviously don't sustain against Blast for 120, or 200. 120. 200 is very different than 120. I'm not sure there's a way to make Gengar viable. I feel so bad for the many Pokemon enjoyers who, like, have multiple unplayable versions of their favorite pocket monsters in this game already. There's so many characters in this IP, I don't understand why they've repeated some characters so many times already and had multiple instances of a number of them all be bad. Like, if you were gonna make another bad Gengar, why wouldn't you just, like, pick a different character? Like, well, can't we make one of them good? If we don't spike the Wormadam next turn, I probably pivot to hitting with Skarmory. I'll be gutted if Dragon Bolt sucks. Here's hoping. Here's hoping it's good. Gear it up to be able to deal 70 here with this next turn. That's a lot of fire energy, gamers. All right, so X Speed's like our second best draw here behind... X Speed was like our second best draw behind finding the Wormadam, so it lets us get out while conserving the energy at least. So what's our line to victory from here? I think our line to victory is finding Wormadam And then, like, hitting enough heads that Wormadam plus a Skarmory can take this down. Yep, there's big Charizard as expected. So they've not attached an energy for the turn, or they have already, so they're going to go to 4, then they'll go to 3. So they are going to be able to 200 3 times in a row here. Okay, there's Wormadam. So I'm gonna need... We're 25% to win this game. We get to correct them to 110, and then we need 2 heads on the Wormadam. Is Iron Defense ever a line? I think if we missed the Wormadam, it would have to be. Although we don't have enough damage for a Probo to win it. So no, I think we're all in on the Wormadam with the 2 heads. And this is one of the fun parts about this card, you know? It's so you're saying there's a chance type card. We could always get it. Womp womp. GG opponent. That was especially close considering that we had an awkward start. They had first energy advantage. Fellow metal enjoyer, tink-a-tink. First energy advantage here, and us leading on the bird seems like a big deal. They're likely going to be behind because we have our hats. It's not the Burby I wanted for Christmas, but at least it wasn't a second nose pass. Do you like country music? Does Taylor Swift count? Absolutely, then sure. Depends on the album. I would accept depends. I like Taylor's earlier stuff too. Her earlier stuff is definitely more country and less poppy. I grew up in a very country music household. So there's some baked in personal bias from that experience. Some big orange balls floating in the water. If you understand that reference, make sure to stand up and stretch. Maybe get a drink of water. A truly classic Pokemon Pocket matchup of Probo Pass versus Tinkaton. They don't. I feel like I'd be surprised if they have room for potion in their deck. The gear for Scarborough usually takes up those slots, so if these trade here, my Probo will get the first hit on Tink, which would be a big deal. Yeah, I just cleaned out. First energy advantage was a big deal there. We'll lead Scarborough here. Oh, wow. I was actually just talking about this the other day. I'd take a rematch here. And give it a beat. That paired us immediately back into the same person. It's funny because I was talking about the other day that basically doesn't happen in Pocket. That's the first time I've ever gotten the same person twice in a row. Maybe during the closed release, we had that happen a couple of times. Yeah, I think thinking back on it now, maybe it happened during the closed release a couple of times. I don't think I've had that since the public release. It's time to get wormy, gamers. I was watching a higher ranked ladder player yesterday and they queued into the same person 3+ games in a row. Oh, wow. So for people who aren't familiar, I'm typically ranked like the top 200 to 300 in Marvel Snap where I get regular repairing. So maybe Pocket's actually not that much better. It's just I haven't climbed up into the nosebleeds here. Three repairings in a row is actually insane. Like that's unacceptable. They should be leaving both those players in the queue longer and getting them a different opponent. Honestly, I think even 2 instant repairs in a row is unacceptable. Unless they've both been sitting there for a long time, like. Moving along, nothing to see here. Yes, Pocket added a ranked at the end of last month, but they structured it in a way that's really awful, where you could fall back out of the top ranked, and there's no extra prizes really for playing in the top ranked, so I'm just playing regulars because there's no added incentive to play in the top rank. I lose my end of season rewards if we hit a bad streak. All right, we have first energy advantage, but we are lacking a Wormadam so far. Increasing the points needed to move up a rank as you get closer to Masters is a really insidious loop to drive engagement. You know, thinking about it, those types of predatory, the closer you get, the more you need, systems are like common in mobile games in general. But can anybody tell me a single other card game that does that in their rank system? And like, I can't believe I haven't thought about this before. But I think Pocket's the only one that does that I've ever engaged with. Marvel Snap and Magic Arena are the two I have the most experience with, and they're uniform, how much it takes to get to the next rank all the way through. Call of Duty does it for ranked. Okay. That's a first-person shooter. Anybody familiar with any other card games that make it so the distance between... Is TCG Live like that? I think TCG Live is like that, yeah? So, having how much you win or lose change as you go up is relatively common, but actually requiring fundamentally more points or pips or whatever is the thing Pocket does in addition to that. So having the punishment for losing go up is relatively common. I'm not talking about that. Pocket also does that. So it's not doing this other thing instead of it. It's doing that in addition to it. But I've never experienced a rank system where each ranked is more and more and more points like that from a card game perspective. Are we just wholly cooked from here? And this is probably a good example of this deck not being super competitive, is we had first energy advantage here, and it feels like I just can't beat a Giratina that charged up, right? That's just gonna run through and take all 3 knockouts. What's my line? I take a hit here, and then this evolves. I iron defense for a turn, and then I evolve, and I hit them for 90, and maybe I'm fine. If I play this, it plays around Sabrina this turn. Do we tempo Cyrus? That's a good thought. I don't know. I think I need Cyrus to finish the game is the problem. Maybe. I don't know. It's a good call. Let's tempo Cyrus. Tempo Cyrus means they can't Sabrina my nose pass up next turn, which is nice. Is Ultra 1 the halfway point to Masters? No, Ultra 1 is about 25% to Masters. Which is a big part of what we're talking about here. Yeah, and the problem with, and this is why I think the Cyrus, why I paused on the Cyrus, is now they charge second Giratina up. And I don't know that I can beat second Giratina. Yeah, it's very similar to the leveling systems in... Alright, they had Sabrina anyways, so we were going to be cooked no matter which line I took. Because now they hit me for 50, and then the Giratina comes and finishes me next turn for 130. Wait, what? So they have some healing here then? Okay. There's just so much sustain in these decks. I just can't ever win. I'll do a couple more at this one, but I think we're probably about ready to move on. Got an ad break in 10 minutes. We'll play one or two more. We'll change it up after the ad, I think. Yeah, it's been a minute. I climbed to the top of Runeterra a couple times, but I don't remember the specifics. But I feel like it didn't do that. What we're talking about here, that Pocket does. Float like a butterfly, sting like a weedle. Well, I forgot this was weakness to here. I think we're just giving up the nose pass in the lead. Alright, gamer, I suppose you're technically not dead on board, but you are absolutely cooked. All of the animations when you play these cards take so much time. If I can attain a 50% win rate, it'll take 500 games to climb from the start of Ultra Ball to the start of Masters. That sounds about right. I have a spreadsheet that calculates it. I've been doing what you suggested, where when I order food at a restaurant, I immediately take half of it and put it away, and it's been working well for me so far. Awesome, Derry. Glad you're feeling healthier. Is the water from the ceiling fixed? Kinda. So, you weren't here earlier. There's no longer, my ceiling is no longer wet. But I am missing part of my ceiling, and I am missing part of my floor. And we're, I believe we're about $3,000 in so far, plus whatever it's gonna cost to put it all back together. But we were at least able to get people out quickly, so that way there's no concern about mold long term. The toilet line clogged, and then the flange at the bottom broke because the line clogged. And then, because the flange was broken, the water leaked out in between the floors. And the big lesson to be taken away from all of this is absolutely do not ever buy a low-flow toilet. Unless you want thousands of dollars worth of damage later. Probably gonna try and get one person to come in and do it all, rather than trying to piecemeal it all out. Did yours come with the house? No. We actually remodeled that master bathroom like 2 years ago and had that one put in. And the person that did the work on it didn't tell us that the low flow toilets constantly have issues, apparently. What decks would you recommend for pushing ranked? If you check out my Hoaglandia Pocket YouTube channel, there's a few different deck list roundups on there. Both the generic tier list and recent tournament decks roundup. You have a low flow toilet in your master. If it is less than 1.5 gallons, my understanding is from this, you should probably swap it out. I am not a plumber, and this is not plumbing advice, I think I should say here, but yeah. Yeah, either that or maybe you should try and switch to some other different type of tissue paper, but yeah, they came in and cleaned the clog out this morning, confirmed it was just toilet paper built up from overtime. From the toilet not pushing enough water through, most likely. I mean, if you want me to hit you with Skarmory first, I can oblige. We'll play this out to give me some options here. Curious to see if they start attacking here. Means they're a turn behind on the Giratina. They do want to start taking out knockups. All right. Survey says unlucky. Survey says unlucky. Need one more. Yeah, it's time for our ad break in to shelve this one, I think. Let's see, these games did not feel remotely competitive. Every time we queued up into a real deck, we were just super far behind. Even though we get to take this knockout and they're not ready to attack yet, we're not threatening to clear this anytime soon, and it's gonna get us beforehand. Looks like another one for the trash heap. All right, we've got two more. Thanks for the tip, Niv. Appreciate that. We've got two more deck lists from our recent tournament deck roundup I want to try today. Next up, we are going to try, after the break, this Giratina Lake Trio deck, which is probably good because Giratina is cracked. And then I want to give a try to, there was a Sigilif Togekiss deck that put up a result as well recently. So let's go ahead and tap some ads. We'll be back in a minute with this. Thanks for checking out. Don't go anywhere. Watch it on the YouTube side, consider tapping the like button on the live stream. Appreciate the over 200 folks that have done that already. tracking stats on both my channel and other bigger channels in the space, it looks like we have about 2 weeks of a solid boost of viewership from the new card pack that dropped, and we've fallen back off to lower levels now, which that's not too bad overall. If they do a card pack every 4 weeks and we get a week and a half to 2 weeks of solid numbers afterwards, that'd be pretty reasonable, I think. If I'm exceptionally lucky, they'll continue to put Marvel Snap drops during the low point for Pokemon Pocket. So we'll have a couple of weeks to focus on a little bit extra Pocket, and then a little bit more to focus on Marvel Snap when drops are going on. I would assume the next card pack happens when the ladder season rolls over at the end of the month. No Snap drops this afternoon, but starting on Monday. So they're on the Snap drops are the 21st through the 24th. So they'll be ending a week from today, but they don't start until the 21st. Yeah, I've had a few people say the Togekiss deck's been good for them, so we're definitely going to try that one today. Can someone surmise Snap drops? Twitch has a thing where you can watch people streaming a game to get in-game rewards for that game. So Marvel Snap does those every month. And when those are going on, my viewership for Marvel Snap will often be double what it typically is, because people will come to watch to get freebies. Palkia Wiglet, eh? Oh, I should have Pokeball first. Alright, the gang's all here. Now the question is, do we want to even use the rest of the gang, or is this Giratina put the game on your back and carry it across the finish line for us angle? And then X speed's like the best draw in our deck by a lot, right? Next turn, we X speed, we second energy, we red clear the Palkia. Yes, I'm going to be really curious to see, from an economy perspective, how many EXs we have in the set at the end of this month. If they are going to put out 9 to 10 EXs every 4 weeks, the Pokemon Pocket economy becomes really brutal really fast. So, fingers crossed. Our set release here at the end of the month is going to be a 1-pack 5 EX pack. And this most recent 9 EXs is going to be a one-time thing, but there's been no consistency in how they release cards in this game, so could be literally anything. Could be 1-pack 5 EXs, could be 2 packs 10 EXs between them, could be another 1-pack with 9, could be 3 packs. technically, you know? If this was a Sabrina, we'd have lethal next turn. Could be 10 packs with 1 EX each of them. LOL. Well, alrighty then. Cape doesn't do anything, right? I guess Cape here helps in case they draw Red or Giovanni, potentially. If they retreat Wug Trio, our Azelf can chase it down, and so can our Cyrus, so I think they're supposed to just take their pop shot here and try and win the game. If all 3 hit Giratina, they win. If 2 split on these, they win. If they go 2 here, 1 here, they win. My gosh, there's so many permutations that mean they win. Hey, look, it's the copy of Red that I played around. Nice, coolio. Now, some of you are going to say that Giratina carried this game on its own. To those people, I would say our Lake Trio took solid hits for us on the bench, okay? Lake Trio taking Cannon Blast from the back. What advantage does this deck have over Mewtwo, Tina? You get to play the Lake Trio. Second Azelf's actually a little awkward. We really wanted one of our ones we didn't have yet. I don't want to play it out on the bench because I lock myself out of being able to have the full trio out potentially. Azelf's Psychic Arrow to the back line, pretty good against a potential Gyarados here though. Wormadam was unfortunately not remotely competitive against any of the Giratina decks. Looked and felt incredibly underpowered. I think we're just charging Best Spirit here. Oh, you know, I should put a Rocky helmet on the Ez-Elf. Just in case. What if I just take the knockout on the mana fee here? And then Best Spirit's ready to clean up? They might not play around the copy of red. They might put the Palkia up and clear this, because this can't clear it in one. But then red jumps up and gets him. I think they're actually in a bad spot because we have the Best Spirit on the bench. No helmet. No helmet's actually good because it makes them more incentivized to make this play because it looks like they can make this attack and not be dead on board. And we have the copy of red in hand. Yeah, cool. Oh, slick. Giratina takes one of the Best Spirit finishes here, looking real clean. They laughed at our Lake Trio gamers. Red laughs in your general direction. One Supreme Blast, please. $180 is a lot when you're ready to move that up as a finisher. It's kind of Pikachu EX adjacent in a way, Copium. You just need to assemble 2 other cards with it. How's my ceiling? I have less ceiling in my home, but it's no longer wet, so that's progress. Ooh, piece of candy. Unironically, a 1 knockout point Pokemon with a retreat cost 1 that you could just, like, pivot off of with X speed is kind of a good complement to Giratina as well. If they brick on their stage 1, they're just kind of dead on the spot, yeah? If they have it, we're going to have to do some maneuvering. Are we cooked to Cranidos? No, I have a giant cape, so I'll need Cranidos plus red. Alright, they have their fossil stage 2 and their ideal supporter. They've got us. Otherwise, get to run them down here. Okay, cooked. Classic Giratina gaming. Alright, queued into an opposing Giratina deck. Let's see how this goes. I'm so jealous of the 2-star Giratinas. I really don't like the colonoscopy monster. Did they mess up charging the active one? I think they did. I'm gonna boost my best spirit here, I think. I'm waiting on this Pokeball, because if I draw a non-Azelf basic, it makes us more likely to find Azelf for me. So they're still 2 turns off from attacking with Tina, because they need to activate it one more time. Now I think I'm just going to Pokeball twice so I can try and dig for an X speed. Ideally, I think I want to find an X speed so that way this can keep the energy when we retreat it, so I can power up Tina with Dawn. So now the question is, how do I get my other knockout point from here? So I'm going to take my first 2 here, and then this hits me. I suppose I could just give up another 1-pointer to make this Giratina clear this, is probably the case. So we take our first 2 here with Mess Spirit. They put up Darkrai and clear this. And then I put up an Uxie, and then I go Energy, Energy. They clear the Uxie. This comes up by red. That seems reasonable for us. Again, really seeing this this 1-2 Lake Trio plus Tina punch. Both parts of our deck getting to do some work. Rocky Helmet's the best draw in our deck, for sure. We bricked on Rocky Helmet, but we're still okay if they don't have a cape. Are we cooked? I think we're cooked. This is them setting up for Cyrus, yeah? I'm just trying to think if there's a line. I don't think there is. Cape Tina. I'm trying to think if there's a line where I don't lose to Cyrus. So we're not dead on board. We're just likely dead overall. Is the issue. So this means I don't die to their Sabrina at least. GG, close. I don't think the helmet actually mattered or not because they had the Sabrina the previous turn. My helmet would have been on the active Pokemon. I think Mythical Island's probably my favorite metagame Pocket has had to date. Man, bricking on Azelf and Best Spirit here is a tough beat. No Giratina either. Well... the good news is X speed plus Dawn means I can attack with Tina next turn as a surprise. Leaf means I no longer want to. I haven't played regular Garchomp lately. He's probably fine when you draw well. Original Garchomp's just like a textbook example of a card that's like powerful when everything comes together, but there's just too many variance things between being a stage 2 and being a two-color energy. It just makes it a tough sell for being truly competitive. I don't know, probably helps a little bit. Our lack of best spirit here is real sad. Put some damages onto these bench friends, I think, so our Cyrus can be scary at some point. Although I suppose spreading damage all around here is kind of bad against Irina. I guess we're kind of just dead from here, yeah? Because they have the Mew charged up. I could top deck the Cyrus to clear the Mew. And I guess I messed up, but I'm supposed to put the Uxie up when I brick it. So in case I brick it. Oh, Tina as a lead against Grass Energy is scary. Most common grass deck is Meowscarada. Leafeon Enjoyer. This is probably a hand that wants to draw multiple basics, so likely a research before Pokeball angle. Leafeon Beedrill. That's what I haven't thought about since the start of the season. It was all right for us then. But they gave you a mulligan in pocket. I think that would probably be bad for the game overall. Decks in this game are already super consistent. I don't think they need to be even more so. Chuckle Monkey, thanks for the over 2 years. Appreciate the continued support. Welcome back. Good afternoon. We really need to find Mess Spirit this turn so we can get that charging up. Mess Spirit plus red clears a Beedrill in one go. I think I need to pull this out. I think if I clear this, the Beedrill's gonna eat us alive. I think I just start putting damage on here so that way the Giratina can threaten it. Alright, if they don't have a Cape or an Erica or whatever. Always. Oh, so what's the plan from here? We hope they don't have another sustain item. Although the cat in the back is scary. Alright, maximum damages. If they Erica, they're still at 160, unfortunately. You know, people were making fun of the Link Trio part of this deck, but that's our second game in a row where I'm just like, man, I really wish I had Mess Spirit so we could actually win this game. Or like Giratina was decidedly not enough, and if we'd have had a Mess Spirit, we'd have destroyed them. People laughing at the Link Trio. We need them to save us. B32 Psalm, thank you for the half a year. Welcome back. All right, there's our spirit. Tauros. It's a name I haven't heard in a long time. Man, remember when this card was playable? What a different game. Someone asked me about my favorite pocket metagame. This card being playable is definitely my favorite. Would likes to murder a magic card, please. Why is Tauros not playable anymore? Because 120 damage for 3 energy is not quite enough. Okay. We just start building this friend up here. Just as a general life pro tip, if you feel the need to add no offense or judgment intended before you ask a clarifying statement, you understand the thing you're asking you probably shouldn't be saying, but you're also going to end up saying it anyways, so maybe have a little bit of self-reflection and just don't say the awful thing to start. I am going to Psychic Arrow this Gyarados one more time here. So that way if they Irida it, it's still at 160. And then we can Cyrus it and Mess Spirit it next turn. Prashon, thank you for the 15 months. Welcome back. Appreciate it. Is it ever charge up Tina so we have a finisher? Because how am I mapping my my third point basically? I think it's energy. And then I think next turn we go X speed out, Cyrus up, Mess Spirit clear, and then Tina with Dawn from Azelf gets us across the board the next turn. I think is the sequence here. Just gonna grab this. I'll put the cape here. To clear Gyarados. Using all the bits of the water buffalo here. Oh, wait. They're not knocking out Mess Spirit next turn. I don't have another X speed. That puts us a turn behind, potentially. I think it's just energy. We're gonna be in a space where we can't beat an Irida, but otherwise we could win the game. You know, maybe my position was too aggressive, and I should have saved the Cyrus for lethal, and I should have taken the knockout point on something else to start. I think it's probably the case. And then I wouldn't be in a spot where I can't beat an Irida. Does that let me beat Irida? No, because it's only because I can't Dawn and Red, so it's only 10 more. Is 10 more enough? I do 40 this turn, and then they'll be at. No, I'm cooked to Irida no matter how I slice it. Yeah, I think I used my Cyrus a little bit too aggressively this game. We could have had a shot to beat Irida if I hadn't. Yeah, GG opponent. They played that well and I did not. Interesting close game. All right, this one's been fun. I need to tap an ad break, and I'm gonna run upstairs and grab my lunch. But we will definitely be back with more of this. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. If you're watching on the YouTube side, consider tap the like button on the live stream. Appreciate the almost 300 folks that have done that already today. Would retreat to Uxie, Dawn energy from Tina, and then put an energy on Mess Spirit, and then charge to deal 180 with red. We didn't have enough time to do all that. You can't Dawn and red at the same time. Oh, you're saying you Dawned to the Uxie. Did I have another Uxie in hand? Maybe? I have to go back and look, but you might be right. That might have worked. I know from my audience statistics, we have a number of non-Americans watching right now. So I always love to share this fun fact when it comes up. So this is part of my sandwich I ordered for dinner last night. And I saved part of it for this morning, for today, rather than overeating and eating it all of last night. This is a third of the sandwich I ordered for dinner last night. I'll eat it for 3 meals. Previously 225-pound Jeff would have eaten that entire sandwich for one of his meals. And that's why he was 225 pounds. Probably supposed to put the energy on here and hit. That's close, though. The prices often encourage you to order larger sizes too. I usually get a full rack of ribs when I get them out, even though I only intend to eat half or a third, because it's only an extra $3 to $5 that I have leftovers. Yeah, so the big sandwich that I ordered, that this was a third of, you can order it as half of that, but it still costs like 70% the price to get half of it. So I obviously just get the big one and then eat 3 meals out of it. You know, I gotta say, I frequently have felt like I'm really sad when we lead Giratina in this deck. You really want to lead any of your like trio friends. How did you go mentally from not eating it all to only portioning it out? You just gotta portion it when you get it. Like when you get the food brought to you, you take it, you divide it up to the third or the half or whatever you're going to eat. Don't trust yourself. If you could trust yourself, you wouldn't need to drop weight to begin with. I know who I can trust, and it certainly wasn't myself. You just take it and put it out of sight. And then it's real easy where, you know, you don't feel full till after the fact or whatever. They burned the XP to get extra card draw here. What are your thoughts on genetic Apex Alakazam? I think it's just too weak of a payoff for the amount of investment it takes. 3 energy and to stage 2 is a lot. I think we're dead from here. They got the first knockout on Giratina. You gotta seal the other part in the depths of the refrigerator. Yep. It's funny, someone in chat made a comment about the size of bags of potato chips in the United States. So should I hold this one up? How could you not buy this bag, chat? It's great value. It says right on the bag that it's great value. You think I'm just gonna buy the smaller bag that's not a great value? Do I look like a sucker to you? Don't answer that. if they made it so you could play more than 20 cards, do you think you would ever play more than the limit? No, and in fact, I think it's actually pretty bad game design in general to allow players to play with more than the minimum number of cards, because it's basically always optimal to play with the minimal number. So I really like that a lot of modern games have moved away from the old Magic the Gathering. There's a 60 card minimum, but you can play more, because letting people play more only lets less experienced players make bad decisions that hurt their chances of winning. Dawn in a fighting deck is a weird choice. And also getting aggressive here when I get to clean them out and they have no energy left. Probably not ideal. Hey, GG's Twilight Knight. Good luck in the rest of your games today. I think they were squeezed either way there. As Elf getting to be a far-fetched Hitmonlee split card because of their weakness is really strong against them, obviously. The standard game is 60 cards, 6 prizes, so 30 cards, 3 prizes makes sense. It actually doesn't make sense. It makes more sense to cut the deck sizes smaller while you're cutting the prize count in half, because the decks in Pokemon Pocket don't include energy cards. So saying, well, the prizes are half, so the deck should be half, fails to account for the way the resource systems differ between the two games. Nord, thanks for watching so much over the last year and more. Welcome to our latest Shillionaire, and thanks for the over 2 months of subscriptions. Be sure to ping me on the Discord side to get access to Beverly Shills. think I want to take my first knockout on their mana fee, ideally. Or there won't be a first knockout. Thanks, Misty. That's funny. They felt so bad about their Misty in the random queue they conceded. I was just gonna let him click the button. Maybe they just really wanted a thanks. The way you push back makes me scared to ask questions low-key. See, I guess maybe my mindset coming from an academia background is just different, but when I'm asking a question, typically my goal is to learn. So, like, when I ask a question to someone and they give me some pushback and encourage me to think critically about the thing that I'm asking, that's what I want. Like, I don't know, I think a lot of people ask questions, especially in a live stream setting like this, where they kind of know the answer they want to get and just want validation to hear someone say back to them what they want to hear, would be my estimation. But I think those types of questions are often a waste. Why do you need to hear me parrot back something that you already know? All of the best teachers answer questions with other questions. Alright, we found Uxie, but we missed on Tina, which is a little unfortunate. Gimme Ghoul Enjoyer. Looky here. I think I want to mark damage on the Dialga so we can Cyrus it back up later, potentially. And we played a game in Master Ball. Yeah, we spent 2 or 3 days ago. I think it was Monday morning or Tuesday morning. It was Monday morning, because Tuesday morning we played all staff. Monday morning, we played like a dozen or so games bouncing in and out of Masters. And after making it to Masters for the 10th time in a row, I was like, nah, I'm over this. Okay. So Mess Spirit will pick up our first KO here, and then we'll charge up Tina in the background with Cyrus to clear out the Dialga for our second. We need to play Azelf out so we can get our attack in here. You need these two on your bench in order for Mess Spirit to attack. I think Mythical Island, to me, stands out as my favorite card pack they've ever added to the game. Just because Mew's design was such an elegant way to provide counterplay to things like Mewtwo and Charizard without killing them outright. And once they clear this Mess Spirit, they're only going to have 2 points, which means my Giratina plus Cyrus can close here if they don't have an extra bit of sustain. So they need a cape or a potion or a Pokemon Center lady here. All right, cool. And that was... You know, just like the really clean 1-2 punch this deck's looking to set up. Where you get to take your first point with Mess Spirit, and then Giratina comes in to clean up your second. Or vice versa. I forgot to click the button again. Punted. What EX Pokemon would you like to see in the next expansion? I don't really have a super huge attachment to characters that aren't in the game yet. I hope they just give us some more playable stage 1s and stage 2s. Hope whenever they decide to power creep, it's an evolution this time around. Earning Pokemon Day. We're playing Pokemon until Marvel Snap is playable at 2 o'clock. Great, they've got the setup here. I don't have any of my Lake Trio gamers. What is a feature location I keep hearing about? Imagine if Pokemon Pocket had a thing where for 24 hours twice a week they change something about the game rules where you'd be incentivized to only play beer matches for 24 hours. If that sounds very silly to you, why would a game do that? Yeah, that's the point. It's like, oof. We call that ranked. No, it's like worse than the number of meta decks in ranked, because Snap also has a lot of meta decks. We might actually win this game because we have psychic energy and they don't. Because I get to X speed red, clear this Darkrai. And then their Giratina is still 2 turns off from attacking here, yeah? What's the best comparison to Pocket for feature location? Imagine if for 24 hours there was a thing that said your Misties always flip heads or your Moltres always flips heads. Like that level of polarization. Like, do you think you'd see anything other than Moltres or Misty decks for that 24-hour comment? For that 24-hour period? You basically wouldn't, right? For 24 hours, all your grass energy count for 2. I don't even all your grass energy count for 2 might be too wide. The feature locations are usually more narrow than that. All right, we'll put a hat on this. Crack you for 130. Our Uxie with the mind boost, ready for the finisher here. Pokemon Center lady. All right, with the Rocky helmet, Uxie can still finish. They have a cape or a potion? They don't! Nice. Look at us beating the best deck of the format, chat. Having actual psychic energy being a big leg up here. Alright, I think I want to get like one more good one in with this, and then I think we're gonna try out some Togekiss. I had a few people tell me they had good games with that. I'd like to check it out for ourselves. I'm sure it would be a massive disappointment, but part of me wants to brew with this new Magmar and Blade at some point. Might get around to that in the next 2 weeks. Just charging our colonoscopy monster. All right, there's that Blade with Magmar to hit us for 50. We have Cape on Tina. Let us go crunch here, ideally. Cape on Tina means that it doesn't die to heads plus second Blade. Hey, Cranky Day. Thank you for re-upping for half a year. Really appreciate the support. Welcome back. Uh-oh. Uh-oh! Oh no! Don't do it again! Rip. Get Misty Gibbers. Pivot out. Bellow up. Man, you know what's funny? They lost the game there if they hit heads. They consider a win if you KO your opponent's Pokemon and they have no bench Pokemon, but you don't hit 3 points. Yes. Unless my opponent showing me all the things they could do instead of putting basic Pokemon in their deck. Alright, my back is reminding me that I am over 30 and we've been sitting for too long, so let's stand up. One interesting strategical thing to note with this deck that we're playing is that we frequently want to Professor's Research before we Pokeball, because we are most often looking to draw multiple basic Pokemon. And if you're looking for multiple basics, you want to research first, that way there's the most basics in your deck while you're drawing. Looking for a Mess Spirit here, so that way Uxi's energy isn't spewed. With the Mess Spirit draw, I'm actually not going to use this other Pokeball yet, kind of on the same principle as the research. I really want to hit 2 more basic Pokemon here, an Azelf and a Giratina. So by waiting, if I draw one of those two next turn, I can fish the other up with the Pokeball, because I'm not using either of them this turn either way. I have the second Uxie, so our first can go down here, no problem. I think I'm chilling on the Pokeball for one more turn. I'm playing this Uxie out so they can't Sabrina to clear the Mess Spirit. Ugh. Cooked. Without our Giratina also ready to go, we're not going to be able to run through both of them here. Lug's gonna run us down before we can get set up by Wager. And that's assuming this hits an Adsolve to clear the Starmie. Just not a guarantee. Found it at least. Yeah, if they maybe weren't going to be able to attack us next turn, we could have a shot here, but with them being able to wug us next turn, the Dawn's not gonna be enough. We could have like limped along, like if they just energy passed and then we had time to Dawn back up. Alright, we have play this deck for we could do one more. My notes say not even 90 minutes yet. Let's do one more. And then we'll get to some Toga kissing, huh? I think is the plan's last tournament deck we haven't jumped into yet today. How bad is Infinity Ultron in Marvel Snap currently? I think there's a chance it's the worst card to release since, like, Bruce Banner. It's pretty schmedium. Notable breakpoint here. Mess Spirit plus a red clears a Charizard in a single shot. If they brick on their Charmeleon, the game is over, yeah? Because red cleans the Moltres next turn. I will say, whenever I play a deck with X speed in it, I remember how much I've missed playing that card. got a few lines here. I think it's this. Yeah, gamers, sorry, we can't finish this game. I need to step away from my computer for just a minute. The people who have fans and stuff running on my water damage upstairs are here to check in on them, and I want to go talk to them for just a minute. So I'm gonna tap my ad roll. We're gonna get one more full game with this when I get back, and then we'll move on to some Toga Tick. So don't go anywhere. We're gonna be playing for a number of hours yet today, but I need to BRB for just a second. And if you weren't here, this is what I'm currently going to look at. Is my upstairs BRB. Look at that. That was perfect. I tapped a 3-minute ad break and it just finished. Nails the theme of this stream. Yeah. So, what did I have about? So for people that weren't here, my stream ended early yesterday because my upstairs toilet had a clog in the exit pipe, and then the pressure from the clog cracked the flange on the floor, and it leaked water down along the pipe. This is the floor underneath on my main floor. So this is, we cut all the, or had professionals cut all of the toilet watered drywall out I mean, the clog was just a toilet paper clog in the pipe that, like, built up and then the flange cracked. So, like, you know, the result is just, like, the water that came after. So there are currently a bunch of fans and dehumidifiers in this space here and running on the ground floor in here. So that was one of the people coming by from the company that did this and has those that we're using them from. Was checking the readings on when they were about done. So he said the number, there's some type of percentage on that it tracks on there that he said usually he likes it between 8 and 12 before they pull them out, and it's currently at 15 and 16% in the 2 spots. So probably later today or tomorrow at the latest, we'll no longer have dehumidifiers and fans running, and then we just gotta get some quotes to get it all put back together. But we're in for about, for people who aren't familiar with the joys of home ownership, the tearing all of this out and getting the equipment to pull the humidity out for the couple of days and then clearing the clog itself, we're in for about $3,000 so far. So fingers crossed it's gonna be under 5 figures when we're done to put it all back together. Martins, thank you for the quarter of a year. Welcome back. Appreciate it. And the lesson that you at home should take away from all of this is that if your toilet's flush with less than 1.5 to 1.6 gallons of water, you should probably swap them out or flush twice or something. Because the plumber said that was why the toilet paper buildup happened, is those the low flow toilet that we installed when we redid that bathroom upstairs was brand new less than 2 years ago, or about 2 years ago. We put a low flow toilet in, and that was a mistake. Alright, so we're gonna vibe on this Pokeball, because if we draw any more Giratinas, Azelfs, or Mess Spirits, this becomes more likely to draw the one we're looking for. Yes, I wasn't surprised, if I'm being honest, that it wasn't related to my children. None of my kids have ever been the type to shove stuff down the toilet. Alright, if they don't have a Gyarados, they can die on the spot. If they do have a Gyarados, we die on the spot. Fair trade, really. This was like the worst possible one we could draw, because it's neither a redundant Azelf or the one that enables, what's it called? How'd you get lucky enough to have kids that don't try and put stuff in the toilet or, in my case, the heater vents? Yeah, I don't know. Our kids are never did a lot of those types of things. Like, we went 3 for 3 not having kids that put random stuff in their mouth either. So definitely running above average on some of those beats. Sire Gaming, but all of my things are weak to dark. Yeah, $3,000 was not even the put it all together cost. It was the stop the bleeding and then make sure there's not extra damage after cost. Alright, I ought to move on to the Token Kiss deck, I think. We're gonna play this one for a while. I really don't want to play against a hard counter matchup. Let me grab the deck list. I did not preload this one, so I'm gonna grab it from our last video. Or is it the new decks roundup? Might leave that one in the deck editor. Enjoyed our games with that. JLP, thanks for the almost 2 years. Welcome back. Maybe we'll use our mommy cosmetics since we're playing Togekiss. Maybe we'll play the regular playmat because the playmat is Garchomp. My kingdom for default Flares gamers. But yeah, the decks you've tried felt good. The Lake Trio deck was very reasonable. 160 damage that kicks up to 180 with a copy of Red is no joke. The Blaine deck and the Wormadam deck were both pretty hot dog water. Only have one full art Cynthia, Sedge. Communication, Sabrina, Iono, Research, Pokeballs, 2 Capes, and Osiris. Is Sigilith better than Baby Giratina in this deck? Sigilith helps you assemble your combo piece, so yes. Yep. I would say looks good, but we have one non-full art trader, so. Yes, the Lake Trio deck was good enough to get a highlight. For sure. Gotta cut the non-full art Cynthia. Oof. A Piplup Enjoyer. Look at it, nap chat. There's our girl, gamers. Ready to get revved up? We are very done from here. Got double mommy in hand for back-to-back 170 smashers. Deck is clearly correct. All right, that's all the bits we need. It's a lot of bits. I am not going to play the Sigilif out because I don't want to get tempoed out of. I don't want to get tempoed out by a Sabrina if I could avoid it. We have like our ideal 5-card start, yeah. So, Dami Mommy, alongside our first overdrive here, does 110. And then the way their HP points, or their energy points line up here, if they use Mars Shadow to hit us with Revenge, they're not going to have time for Lucario to get going here. Because it needs 3 for its Aura Sphere. Togekiss with the strong back, putting this game up on it. just cooked. It's so sad they missed so low on EX Lucario. Such an iconic fan favorite Pokemon. We're going second, and I'm currently missing my stage 1, so I think I'm going to lead Sigilif here. Do you think a Riolu that added energy to itself could make EX Lucario viable? No, you just don't have time for that. Is it bad because of its damage and health, or because of the energy cost of the attack? Yes. All of the above. We are conveniently not playing any EX Pokemon. This is likely realistically a game where we could find two stage 2s and get going here. I noticed we found the second golden Pokeball. Yes, with hard work, determination, and vigorous swiping of our credit card, we have found the second gold Pokeball. I think I'm just gonna keep digging with this, because I really think we're gonna probably need 2 Togekiss to win this game. Oh man, are they gonna cry for help? Ah, oh, they have Cape. Rip. Well, I guess I still clear with Cynthia, yeah? Which I think we do. With the way the economy is right now, do you recommend taking all of my money from my 401k and investing it in gold Pokeballs instead? I mean, it can't possibly give you a worse return, right? Hashtag this is not financial advice. Crunch. And then with second Mommy ready to go, we can even clear a Magnezone next turn. Is there a convenient place to find deck lists? I do usually 2 different deck lists roundup every single week on the Hooglandia Pocket YouTube channel you're commenting on, Kesai. One of them is a report that I call the Meta Report that covers the movements and developments in the most popular meta decks. And the other one is a new decks roundup of things we haven't seen before that spiked individual tournament results that may or may not be worth looking at, which is actually where this Toga Kiss deck list that we're playing right now came from. They put up a tournament result this week. And there's no reason to Iodo here because second Cynthia lets us clean whatever they do next turn in a single swing. It's like their 2 energy stage 2 does 60, my 2 energy stage 2 does 120. And we have Mommy to back us up. Feels like they're cooked, gamers. Even found our stage 1. Glorious. Get smashed in the literal sense. Togekiss. Togekiss is a game-carrying monster for us so far this afternoon. By the way, it's been strolling in chat into the title, but I haven't done any verbal call-outs. We've got a sponsor for the stream this week. If you're someone that enjoys my stuff and you haven't played Call of Dragons on PC before, if you install it on PC using my link and get your City Hall in the game to level 5, it helps me out. It supports me directly financially, folks that do that as part of this sponsorship. So if you're someone that enjoys what I do and you want to help support me with a little bit of your time, be sure to check that out. As a thank you for doing that, if you get your City Hall to level 5, I'd be happy to gift you a sub to my twitch.tv channel, which gets you out of watching adverts for the following month. Appreciate the 20 or so folks that have done that already. Looking for a baby egg. I think we can wait a turn. We'll see. If we brick on the baby egg next turn, we probably need to communication for it. Where can you find tournaments at? Most community tournaments are hosted on limitlesstcg.com. They are, generally speaking, free to enter. I think when going second, unless we have an absolutely perfect hand, we generally want to lead on Sigilif. This is our best chance to set up multiple things. Ooh, Heatran Charizard Enjoyer. We'd experimented a little bit with this. We played some Charizard Arceus. It was kind of sweet. Sigilif. Sigilif is about to make this Heatran very angry, gamers. This deck seems very reasonable. Yeah, I'd be surprised if something resembling this deck wasn't fairly solid. We played some Togekiss in the past. It's always super powerful when it comes together, and Iono helps you get it together a little bit more frequently. We're looking for a copy of Cynthia. We're going to be through most of our deck here, so good chance we find it. Cynthia would let us clear this Heatran's remaining HP with Togekiss next turn. Because it'll do 60 plus an extra 50. 6 cards in deck, 2 Cynthias. I'm going to go ahead and hit the spike draw, so we've got 2 shots and a 2 outer. 1 in 3 and then 40%. There's Mommy! Thanks for stopping by, Kasai. Okay. Didn't even make us sweat. They're just like, all right, how about if you had both the cards you needed right away? Are we supposed to cape Sigilif there? Yeah, maybe. I suppose. If they have Stoke Charizard, we could maybe be in trouble. Stoke Charizard will let them catch up on energy really quick. Although it also need a Geo because it only does 150. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I think Stoke Charizard, considering they're playing Jigglypuff, is most likely here. I have not played with Glaceon Floatzel yet, but I have it in my deck editor. I think we'll probably play that next time we do Pocket. I think this will be the last deck we play today. Just cooked. Is tomorrow all snap? No, tomorrow will probably be a split day. Because we're gonna do probably a number of all snap days next week since they have drops going on, so I want to make sure we do Pocket every day this week. I mean, I'm playing a copy of Iono, Luansic. I really don't know that I have a strong opinion on Helmet. My gut says I'd rather have Cape most of the time, and I'm playing 2 Capes. Peacock, thank you for the 6 months. Appreciate the half a year. Hey Jeff, I've been using the Pikachu Electivire deck. Has been one of the best performers for me so far. Volkner is really handy. Volkner is a super sweet card to get to leverage well. Yeah, I feel like you want Cape on Togekiss a lot of the time. Anything unique to drops? You're gonna get some high voltage volts in it, so you'll have to grind that a little bit less, which is nice. Helmet lets you deal 110 with Toge plus Cynthia after Sigil is killed. Yeah, but 130 is not a good breakpoint in this metagame, right? So you're saying Helmet helps you there, but it doesn't really help you against almost anything, right? I guess it stops a Giratina that doesn't have a cape on it, but they often have cape. I'm gonna need to find a baby egg next turn, otherwise we're likely just dead. I want to maximize my chance to find baby eggs, so I'm gonna research before we Pokeball. Oh wait, the Pokeball was guaranteed, yeah, because I had the other Sigilif? Ignore me. Ignore me. I might want to cape the Sigilif. Nah, I can take 2 more. I just want to play the cape out so I don't get got by a Mars is bad. It's really unfortunate it took us too long to find the Togepi's. If we would have had the Togepi sooner, we could have evolved into a Togetic and then only needed 1 more here. Feels like a matchup where first energy advantage is pretty important. I'm gonna Iono here. Ideally, we find our other cape. Perfect. There's 5 cards in my deck. If they don't have another bit of sustain here, Cynthia plus Togekiss clears. Oh, I'm just dead though because of the Sabrina, yeah. Because I can take this knockout, but we were so slow getting to it that their helmet means that Mewtwo cleans this out afterwards. Tough. And the Sabrina meant that we couldn't build a second Togekiss. Alright, this one's been sweet so far. I want to play some more games with it. We can take a brief pause for the cause, let some adverts roll in the meantime in between time, though. Thanks for hanging out, Dogo, to our gamers. If you watch it on the YouTube side, consider tap the like button on the live stream. It doesn't cost you anything. It helps the content reach some more people. Appreciate the almost 350 folks that have done that already today. Standing for a little bit. Take a seat. Still chilly in my office, chat. Can the weather get warm and stay warm already? I just want it to get warm and stay warm. Sorry, what's our 10-day look like? Ooh, it's gonna be 80 degrees tomorrow. And then 57 the following day. Oh, we're desperately close in the 10-day to get warm and stay warm. A lot of clouds and some wind, but we're gonna get past Monday, and then we're all 70s and high 60s. Not bad. Not a Jim. I just think Helmet's gonna be redundant with my cape most of the time. Your helmets have very diminishing returns when you're already playing 2 copies of cape. Man, Sigilif looks cracked when it does 30 for 1. Okay, baby egg, teenage egg. Big egg lines up really well into Gallade, right? You only take 110. I'm gonna Iodo here. They had their first evolution. They might already have their second. I'm missing mine. I wouldn't mind finding another basic here as well. This insulates us against copy of Sabrina plus X speed. Sabrina X speed Gallade would be catastrophic without the Togepi draw. Oh, me oh my. I was supposed to keep the Sigilif, yeah? I always get in so much trouble not keeping when I need to. I guess cape on Togetic lets it survive until I could draw Togekiss, maybe? I think I just don't play around Giovanni here. I think it's pivot and dig for my evolutions. Prepare to beat the only Gallade player still using Geo, right? Hey, Luis. Luis, thanks for the compliment. Good to have you here. Congrats on making it to Master Ball. All right, the Sigilith getting 2 turns here is huge. Cynthia plus Toga clears the Gallade if they leave it in. Yeah, getting 60 points because of the typing advantage here is a big deal. We're gonna die to Sabrina if I don't top deck Togekiss though. 2 research and a Togekiss. Am I supposed to play around Sabrina here? I think I am, right? What's the downside of playing around Sabrina? I have to knock out 3 Pokemon to play around Sabrina is the downside. So now they get to put up like Riolu and Crack Me for 20. I think that's still right. I should cape the Togetic. What does cape the Togetic do? Oh, it plays around Lucario plus Geo. I'm so bad at playing my capes! Togekiss was a hero! It deserved a cape! That's fine. They didn't have Geo earlier, right? They didn't have Geo earlier. Oh, that's true. We technically lost to Lucario Sabrina, but I couldn't play around that either way. Actually, I should have caped the Togetic, not the Togekiss, because I think Lucario Sabrina was more likely than them having a Geo because they didn't have Geo earlier. That's the line. So I should have played the cape here, but the cape should have gone on my benched Pokemon. Because I think Sabrina is more likely to be in their hand with Lucario than Giovanni is, especially when they missed the Geo earlier on the Sigilith. So that's an interesting, like, I was wrong not to play it, but I think chat wanted it here, and that was wrong. It should have been here based on what they're most likely to have. When your meta deck loses to a Togekiss, so you rage quit. What an angry baby. What an angry baby. Sigilith feels so good to lead on when we're going second. Holy. Just opened a gold Pokeball. They're so good looking. Congrats. It's our second day playing in the casual queues. There's been more random concessions today. Get too much more of that. Maybe we'll poke back into ranked and it'll be worthwhile. How long do you think they're gonna make us wait for a cosmetic full art or golden professor's research chat? They finally gave us the Pokeball. Hopefully not much longer. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it's 1 to 2 more sets. Hopefully it's in a couple of weeks. They're gonna invent a new rarity for it. Yeah, probably. Not all heroes wear capes, chat, but this Togetic certainly does. Ooh, or does it? What do you think of the pivot? I kind of into the pivot. Maybe I'm supposed to evolve this and keep it, and then evolve again into Iono next turn. So I guess we're a little sad against Cyrus. No Cyrus, sounds lovely. Wow, that was atrocious for us. Holy. I guess, do I just do it again? I think I just do it again, yeah? I want a cape on here, and then I'm gonna do it again. Alright, I get to draw half my deck. Nice. Okay, so energy, evolve. And then with the Pokemon communication here, if we hit Pokeball or Sigilif, it's guaranteed to turn into Togekiss. Hey, Ty Glorious, congrats on making it out the other side. Thanks for the 2 years. And then, because we already have a knockout point here, I think we just take some aggressive positioning, right? So I'm just gonna go ahead and Cynthia take this clear, and then we're good to go after that, I think. Here's Mommy doing her best Giovanni impersonation. Oh, this is the United States frequently sucks and Republicans are largely to blame update of the day. There is an active shooter at FSU. There are currently 4 dead and 5 injured, apparently, reported currently. Here's hoping that can be solved without too much more loss of life or injury. Just a general reminder / statement of fuck the NRA and every other person out there who supports them. The United States is the only developed country in the world where people regularly commit these types of atrocities, and the reason why that happens is because we have incredibly lax gun laws here. Believe it or not, the guns are the problem. And if you think otherwise, feel free to pipe up so I can permanently remove you from my channel. Because you're wrong. We're going second. We have our full evolution line here. We do need a Cynthia in order to clear this Articuno on curve. We go 20 into 40 into 60, which is only 120, so not quite enough. Thankfully, we don't have to play this game anymore. Goodbye, opponent. Nice hanging out. Learned a lot here. What you just learned from that game is why we're playing casuals and not ranked. Stop. Wiggle with it. Yeah, stop. Wiggle with it. Okay. I need a baby egg, gamers. Play the cape or we riot. we want to put the cape on. It's actually right to save the cape for a minute in this matchup because we want to use the cape in a way that gets it above a 50 HP breakpoint for their, what's it called? Their Wug Trio. So, for example, if this is at full health, I want to cape this so that way the Togekiss gets up to 160. However, if this gets hit, we want to cape this one so it goes to 70. So once they hit this, we'll cape the Togepi is the plan. Do I want to Iodo this turn so I can Cynthia next turn? I think the answer is yes. Alright, everybody to battle stations! Brace for impact! Excuse me? What? I'm sorry, who? My name is what? Alright, I need my Togetic to live, gamers. Live, damn it, live! Alright, Togetic lived, Togepi is down. There are, unfortunately, many permutations here that are not good for us. Was I supposed to Cynthia? Maybe I'm not supposed to Cynthia there. I guess we're bound to draw the other one. Famous last words. Only 2 cards in my deck. Yeah, we need Togekiss here to take a couple of hits for the team. Not too many hits, but a couple. Just the right amount of hits, Togekiss. Thank you, Wug Trio. Appreciate your service. Wug Trio knows who his real friends are. They know. I'm just burning this to play around a copy of Mars. Gets a card out of my hand / deck. We'll energy up the active one to play around 2 Team Rocket Heads. Is high voltage starting in 40 minutes? I don't know. We'll find out though. Plan to switch over to Snap at the 2 o'clock rollover. We're gonna have our whole deck in our hand here, so they can't brook us off the Cynthia either way. Play 1 more card. It's a shame neither of these cards are playable. This is such a cool design, and all the numbers on them are just so atrocious. It's really big sad. No! They found the Wiglet! GG. Yeah, Tetsuguri is like almost playable, but not quite. Quite. Hey, Grindle, thanks for the over 4 years. Good to have you around still. I think this is the first game since we started playing this deck where we have the full evolution line while going first, which is honestly some of this deck's strongest setups. Spread out ours, bring out targets here. So we need a copy of Cynthia here, and there's Mommy to let us cut down this whale next turn. This card might have been serviceable with a 3 energy attack. 4 is just so much. And then it's so sad that they use both a full art and a shiny on just a completely unplayably statted card. Cynthia this turn, take her point. Are there any playable versions of Stoke Charizard? No, unfortunately I don't think that card's involved in any competitive decks. Feels like a victim of the Misty Tax. Maybe? Honestly feels to me just like, you know, we make cards intentionally unplayable in games like this. Just designed to be pack filler. Take a redraw here. Keeps nice. Means that this doesn't die to 2 shots from the Wug. At least Sigilif out as well to really spread the damage around. Cynthia off the top is 1 in 7 to win right away. Yes, we have a copy of Sabrina as well, so we're 2 out of 7. A little better than 1 in 4. And then obviously there's permutations of 1 trio that don't win them the game in 2 shots either. We'll see. Alrighty. There's our girl. Clean them up. Every bit of the water buffalo there. Is there a good Snorlax deck? I think there's a few different places Berry Snorlax can be serviceable. None of them are at the actual absolute top of the metagame, but there was like a Snorlax Gallade deck that was running around. Snorlax Meowscarada is fine. I think Snorlax Giratina is also pretty okay. Look at my highlights from the start of the season. Berry Gallade is a highlight up on the channel as well. Ooh, Drudagon's a rough start into the Darkrai stuff. I guess 40 plus 60 clears them when we hit our evolution, but then our Darkrai's kind of slow. If they don't have a Giratina, we might be okay. I will say, from a personal play patterns perspective, I'm kind of glad these Darkrai decks moved off of Drudagon. The Drudagon builds feel like they're much better against the types of decks I like to play. Oh, they're not on Tina. Okay. Can I beat this Darkrai, though? I'm not sure that I can. They go energy, I go hit you for 40. They go energy, I clear, they come up, they clear. So I'm gonna need 2. Alright, I'm gonna need both of my things, so. I think my only out is redrawing the other Togekiss next turn. I need to get Togetic. I needed to hit the 1 and 3 to get Togetic, evolve, clear, and then have another Togekiss ready to go. I think when we brick on this, we're just dead. Alright, let's take a pause for the cause to let some adverts roll so they don't disrupt the gameplay. We're going to be hanging out, playing a little bit more Pocket here today, and then we'll be kicking it over to some Marvel Snapping later this afternoon when their limited time game mode comes out after the rollover, I believe. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. YouTube gamers, we're getting close to 400 likes in the live stream today. Do you think you can get us over that hump? But appreciate the 371 folks that tapped it already. Just tap it in. Tap it in. 2 shiny EXs and 2 packs. A little bit above average. You've inspired me to check my Wonder Picks. A little bit of the limited time event going on right now. I should do that more frequently. I'm really looking forward to whenever Sanctum comes back. I really hope they don't wait too much longer. Sanctum's definitely my favorite thing they've done. Yeah, to set a low bar, I expect Infinity Ultron is less bad in high voltage. I don't know. I don't know that I expect it to be good, but it should be less bad. Do you think they'll ever add anything else for us to do with the premium shop tickets that you use to get the black Pokeball cosmetics? I need to Wonder Pick one more time to get 1 pack hourglass, the value. Still waiting on the advanced ticket use. That's true. We're 6 months past the advanced ticket coming out, right? One more Wonder Pick and you get a shiny nickel. Ooh, shiny. Oh my goodness! The person who got banned from our channel for making transphobic comments earlier, apparently people reported their account and they got a 7-day Twitch suspension for hateful conduct. And they tagged me in a post on Twitter complaining about it, and believe it or not, the transphobe also pays money for Twitter. They have a blue check mark. It's funny how often that Venn diagram of these types of people is just like a circle. Yeah, I will try and build up 2 of them here. Might as well. Them starting on Origin Form Dialga is definitely not where they want to be in life. Is IRL Pokemon TCG similar in gameplay to TCG Pocket? In some ways. You have pocket monsters and you're like knocking things out to win the game, but the decks are bigger, you need more points to win the game, and there's energies in the decks instead of in a separate energy zone. How did the Lake Trio deck pan out? I really like the Lake Trio deck. It'll definitely have a highlight on the channel. It's super reasonable. Wonder if we'll see him try and pivot this out here or not. They did not. With Togekiss plus Cynthia here, feels like we're getting close to just done. In the Lake Trio Giratina deck, the Mess Spirit was very relevant a lot of the time. In fact, a number of the games that we lost were because we didn't have Mess Spirit and Giratina wasn't enough. This does get knocked out by a Magnezone, but we have Pokemon Communication to fish up second Togekiss next turn, so it might be okay. No Magnezone, no problem. I reported their tweet hoping that they get suspended on that problem as well. I actually believe if Elon finds out you're being transphobic on Twitter, he gifts you a month of Twitter Premium for free. I believe is what I read, so. It's just like, that reminds me, talking about social media platforms and ones that are awful. I told, and this is, oh no, we might upset someone again. I had the audacity to say in one of my Pokemon Pocket highlights the other day that vaccines are safe and effective, and we shouldn't have children dying from measles in 2025. Which got some anti-vaxxer comments in my comments, and I told one of them to fuck off. And because I did that, YouTube gave me an account warning for cyberbullying for telling them that on their platform. It's just everything that you need to know about how YouTube works as a platform too. Opponent's playing some very golden metal monsters here, it would appear. Wow, mismatched Arceus. I take back all the nice things I said about my opponent's cosmetics. This is trash. Ooh. Full evolution line while going first. They're cooked, gamers. I think they're just dead. And they don't have a potion or a Pokemon Center lady here. They are about to be deep fried. Bold words coming from the man with a non-full art Cynthia. She's my greatest shame. I feel shame. Did I just get Marsed? Did I just get Marsed? Oh no. They knew I was coming for him, Chip. They did exchange out my pleb Cynthia for the full art one at least. We've got that going for us. Mars gave me the mama I wanted. Unfortunately, if we research into Kiss here, I can't play Cynthia this turn as well. Well, I mean, I have a cape, I suppose. Keeps us alive for a turn since they spent 3 energy to hit me for 40. Yeah, me too, Ibagi. I only play my crowd rare cards when I have 2 of them, or when I'm only playing a singleton. I like my cards to match at all costs. Okay. Put a cape here. If they don't have a Sabrina or a Cyrus, this game is done. Because we get to overdrive Smash, and then we have Cynthia plus Smash for 170 next turn. What do you type after you're matched on the keyboard? Sometimes I'm taking notes for my editor if a game is worth highlighting. Other times I'm just like responding to a Discord message. Doing something else elsewhere on the internet. Why don't I play some ranked matches? Because there's no prizes for playing ranked matches. Why don't you go watch someone who's playing what you want to watch? Why would I play something that there's no why would I play something that there's no prizes if I win and there's a penalty if I lose? It's the worst. It's literally just one of the worst rank systems I've ever engaged with. It's anti prizes to play. A lot of damages. We probably wouldn't play the ladder on Snap either if we could fall out of Infinite. That's actually not true, because Marvel Snap doesn't have end of season rewards based on your ranked. It gives you the ranked rewards up front. If Pokemon Pocket gave me my pack hourglasses and my rank emblem, I wouldn't care about finishing in Masters at the end of the season. But the reason why Pokemon Pocket's rank system is the singularly worst rank system I've ever engaged with in a card game is because you could both fall out of the top rank and your prizes are based on your ranking at the end of the season, not the highest you achieved over the course of the season. It's a 1-2 punch double whammy that other games usually don't do. Usually they don't do either, much less both. Is there rank decay? There is not. Doesn't the in-game text say it rewards you based on your highest rank? Nope. It explicitly says it rewards you based on your rank at the end of the season. It says 20 more for each energy. So I'm only taking 50 next turn. Yes, I actually think, as someone who's played a lot of different rank systems, I think Snap's rank system is close to the best I've played, with my literal only complaint about it being they have bots in for far too long. There probably shouldn't be bots at the higher ranks. But on the flip side of that is the bots at the higher ranks means that the entire rank system is more forgiving, which is also nice. So maybe it's not even that there's bots at higher ranks. My complaint is the bots retreat. Do you think we need a card that helps stage 2 evolutions? Absolutely not, actually. I actually think Pokemon Pocket's core design system with stage 2s has to do with the fact that they don't get enough utility. I think we need more good stage 1 Pokemon with good Pokemon abilities that help make up for the fact that when you play a stage 2, you don't get to play as many supporters in your deck. We need more Kakunas, or things that just like have Pokemon abilities that like do other things similar to supporters. Yeah, more Magdazones, more Kakunas, or Magnetons, yeah, stuff like that. I actually think Rare Candy would be one of the worst decisions they could make in terms of adding to the game. I think the game would be much worse off with that type of card in it. In my opinion. Togetic. Togetic's close. It's at least got an aggressive slant to it, but I think I actually agree with that take from chat, from Owu there. My current gripe is I think Professor's Research is a bad swingy card that shouldn't exist. I think this game would probably be a better game if it was 16 card decks with no research. I think I would agree with that. Professor's Research existing in this game kind of feels like a holdover from the fact that, like, paper Pokemon has too many cards that draw cards, and they wanted just some aspect of that in Pocket still. Because the games where, like, your opponent has a research and you don't feel so atrocious. Just not remotely interesting or fun. Yeah, it's kind of like Soul Ring and Commander and Magic the Gathering. I think that's a good comparison. All right, and then they are, like, absolutely cooked here at this point, yeah? Oh, you know what? I actually shouldn't have Cynthia'd. I should have Cyrus to clear the Jinx. It's probably fine because I have my other Togekiss, but small mistake here. Basics are even better relative to stage 1s and 2s if there are no research. Sure, but that's a card pool design problem, right? It's not like you're right. Other things about the game in terms of balance would need to change if you're seeing less cards even if the decks are slightly smaller. But I think I stand by my conclusion that I'd prefer that card just didn't exist rather than having the game swing around it so constantly. Yeah, I think designs like Iono are better designs than Professor's Research for sure. Where, like, they give you card selection, but it's like pretty obvious you don't want to play all of them, right? We are going to die to a copy of Sabrina here, but otherwise we're in an okay spot. Up, get smashing. Yep, GG opponent. Yeah, we actually spent about 2 hours playing the Lake Trio deck on stream today. If you want to check the archive, dog, I liked it a lot. It'll have a formal edited highlight on the channel probably early next week. Is the plan. All right, Marvel Snaps daily rollover is supposed to be bringing its new limited time game mode, or its returning limited time game mode with it, High Voltage, here at the top of the hour. So we're gonna call it an afternoon on Pokemon Pocket, and we're gonna be switching on over to Schnappalappin here now. Sunshine, can we fix that one? That was a misclick, yeah? If it wasn't, it was unnecessary. Thanks. All right. If you're looking for more Pocket stuff, there was a highlight on the Hoglandia Pocket channel this morning, and I'm planning to do more Pocket Live to start the stream tomorrow as well. Appreciate everybody who is hanging out here for some Pocket Monsters. And if you want to continue watching Snap on the YouTube side, we're going to kick on over to the Jeff Hoagland YouTube channel. How do you think they'll go about lowering Giratina's play rate? They will aggressively power creep it as they do constantly. Because the only way they balance this game is aggressive power creep. Aggressive power creep.